All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Items from executive session. Where is the county attorney? While we're waiting for her, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 5, 22-0149, purchasing and contract compliance, request ratification of emergency countywide procurements.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Any questions or comments? Please vote. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0150, real estate and asset management. Request approval of the lowest responsible bidders to provide cleaning services for selected Fulton County facilities.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0151, Senior Services, request approval to increase spending authority to provide home-delivered meals, nutritional screening, and nutrition counseling for Fulton County residents.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Please vote.
And the motion passes unanimously. On page 6, 22-0152, Community Development, request approval of the 2022 Community Services Program Evaluation Committee recommendation.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote. Question.
Wait.
What?
I got him.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Pamela Rochelle, Chief Operating Officer for Health, Human Services, and Public Works. I'm joined today by Carlos Thomas. He is the Division Manager who has done an outstanding job over the years managing this program. He will provide some highlights regarding impact of the CSP program for 2021, as well as presenting the overview of the recommendations. I would like to state that since 2018, this program has served over 400,000 Fulton County residents who are the most vulnerable in the county. And we have provided funding to over 300 organizations over the years. So, Carlos?
Good afternoon, Chairman Pitts, Fulton County Board of Commissioners. I am Carlos Thomas again, Division Manager, Youth and Community Services. There are 2 PowerPoint slides that I would like to share that covers the 2021 CSP highlights and the 2022 CSP recommendations. Okay. As the slide is coming up, and it was also provided to the BOC members. In 2021, next slide, please. In 2021, the Board of Commissioners awarded $5.3 million in County General Fund dollars to support 146 community-based agencies. These community partners leveraged CSP funding and provided services to 70,951 Fulton County citizens. On the slide are a few program highlights of the 5 service categories. In the category of disabilities, Friends of Disabilities and Seniors served 305 individuals with disabilities, which supported their ability to live independently. In the category of homelessness, Nicholas House served 139 individuals, surpassing their goal of 87 individuals served by assisting them with rapid rehousing. Next slide. The 2022 CSP Evaluation Committee is recommending $5.3 million in CSP funding for 157 agencies across the now 6 service categories which is inclusive of health and wellness. This slide is a breakout of the recommendations by service category. We recommend your approval of the 157 agencies. This concludes my presentations. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair Houseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, this is outstanding, but I see something taking place that we saw the last time we had the Community Service Program grants come before us. But I want to commend you guys because, you know, what I love is this one particular document right here called Eligible Unfunded Applicants. And Dr. Rochelle, why do I have a feeling that from past experience of me asking all my questions, you compiled this spreadsheet? Because I was like, oh my gosh, every single question except for one is answered through this spreadsheet. It's a beautiful thing. So I'm glad to see that. But the one question that is not on this spreadsheet is how much would it cost to fund the nonprofit organizations who qualified for funding, but we ran out of money? Because that is something that we see happen every year. And we were so blessed to be able to actually fund those nonprofits the last time we went through this process. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to do that again. But I do want to say this, though. We are not going to always have ARPA funding. So, you know, the last time we were able to do that because we had ARPA funding, and I know we have ARPA funding now, but it's not going to be something that we have forever. And so I think we need to look at a way to increase that funding for our grant funding for our nonprofits and not use ARPA funding. So I don't know if you have the answer to that question right now, but
Thank you. I'm sorry. Are you
but that would be helpful. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall, yes, we do have the answer to that question. For the 31 organizations that were not funded, one key thing to note here is that most of them scored below the 70th percentile. And so our recommendation would be to fund each of them at $25,000 for a total of $775,000.
Okay, so you said it was about 31 organizations scored below 75, but that's a high enough score where they would literally qualify for funding if it had not been for the fact that we ran out of funding.
Yes, ma'am.
And your tally of what it would cost is $775,000 to fund them at $25,000 each. Now, let me ask you this, because I remember last time, and I'm looking at these recommended award amounts, and a lot of them are low. What I loved about the information you gave was the fact that you showed how much they requested, you showed how much based on their scoring they should receive, and then you showed how much they actually did receive, or should I say will be receiving. But in looking at that, if you look at what they should have received based on their score, do you have a total for how much it would cost to actually fund them for what they should have received based on their score?
The score-based additional resources required would be $8.3 million.
8.3 to give them what they should have received. I mean, the additional funding
Based on the score.
to give them, okay, 8.3. Gotcha. Okay, let me see. And then I'm so glad to see that a lot of, well, not a lot, but there were a number of health and wellness nonprofit organizations that applied for that category that I asked for, and my colleagues were so good to support, and I'm glad to see that. But it looked like it's not so many that it's overwhelming. Am I correct in, I think it was maybe 14?
Yes, ma'am.
It was 14?
8.9% of the applicants are from health and wellness, And overall, we saw an 18% increase in applications from last year.
That's a beautiful thing. So out of the 14 health and wellness, there were like maybe, well, how many, 3 or 4 that did not get funded, but they actually qualified to be funded? Is that correct?
In the 31 that were unfunded or not
Only the
funded?
health, only the ones
Under
that
health and
qualified
wellness.
under health and wellness.
Yes, we'll get that to you in just a moment. We're looking that up for you, Commissioner.
Okay, I think it's just a significant area because I recall almost every single year Commissioner Hausman coming, stating that, you know, about the autism. There's the organization you always support. I can't remember the name of it, but was specifically addressing autism, and it was the only one that I recall that did specifically address autism. And I want to make sure that in that health and wellness category being new and us needing a lot of health and wellness with the mental and behavioral health and developmental disability area that we're trying to address, and, you know, so much depression and suicide and everything during this COVID pandemic, and the need also for people to be financially well, which we know when they're not, it creates those stressors in the body that create the physical health issues and emotional and mental health issues. So I want to make sure that if we don't have a
There are 3. I'm sorry,
There
Commissioner.
are 3?
3 are in the 31 that we did not recommend for funding but are eligible.
They are eligible, but they
Yes,
were not recommended, but they were not able to be funded,
Correct.
basically. How much was that total for those 3?
We'll calculate that for you.
Thank you, thank you. And you don't have to rush and do that right
Okay.
now. I know these are new questions, but I just want to make sure I ask them.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is a great job. I have to say, great job on adding that 6th category and really making it workable for not only the community. I was glad to see that people got the information and responded.
Yes.
And I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Ellis, followed by Vice Chair Hausman.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Just a couple points on this. I think one thing that I guess I would have sort of just maybe slightly different philosophy on, if we were to have more funding available, I think priority of funding should go to additional funding, you know, to the people that we've got in this recommendation versus dropping below the line of the 75 for folks that didn't score as well, and funding those and sort of spreading things out. I think, you know, I think it waters down the competitive process to go that route versus, you know, put more funding back into the ones that did meet, you know, above that line that we trim back, right, from what we may have historically been doing because we opened up additional, we decided to fund some additional organizations. So, you know, that, I think we need to ensure that, what I'm getting at is I think we need to really ensure that this is a competitive process, right? We're not going to fund anybody just because they put something in and, you know, they got a 70, right? That should never be our goal. Or that, you know, you hit a score and you ask for a certain amount and we're going to fund you at that amount, right? It's this, I don't think we're ever going to realistically be able to kind of meet that kind of need, you know, and structure a program in that particular way. I do think there are 3 other parts that, you know, I'm supportive certainly of what's before us, and so I've seconded that motion. But there are 3 pieces I do think that we need to look at in terms of potential sort of supplement around the work that we are doing. Number one, I think last year we had made the decision to put a certain amount of funding associated with the ARPA money into sort of supplementary CSP funding. It really wasn't CSP funding per se, but it was working with those organizations that qualified. And if they wanted to have access to these funds, would they meet the requirements that were set forth by ARPA and could be used, et cetera. So I see that, you know, we did have a pretty good uptake rate on that, but we've got $1.1 million left that we had previously sort of allocated towards that. I think we should go ahead and apply that 1.1 and, you know, this year, and in whatever fashion made sense, you know, to go ahead and get those funds out, you know, through that network, through these particular providers. I'd like to see us do that, and I don't know if there's anything that particularly is preventing us from doing that.
Commissioner Ellis, may
Yeah.
I answer
Yeah.
that question or recommendation? We did run a second competitive process for health and wellness only, and we will be bringing to the board at the April recess meeting recommendations for that additional money from ARPA that was declined.
So it will be, okay, so it's going to be, so it's outside of the CSP?
Yes,
It's-
sir.
Okay, all right, so this is, all right, so we will have another amount, tranche of funding that we'll be
Yes, sir.
funding, okay, through that. So we'll meet that obligation. You said that'll be coming for us
In April.
In April.
We have the applications. They came in
Okay.
the latter part of fourth quarter.
Okay.
The team is completing that review, and we will bring the recommendations forward in the
Okay.
same manner that we brought these forward today.
Okay, so that, you know, and that would potentially allow us to create a framework for going forward, I guess, to, you know, we could make the decision at the next, you know, when we're going through our next budgetary cycle, to transfer that 1.1, maybe we decide to, you know, add to our general fund obligation and the CSP and run them all simultaneously, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because that is ARPA money, separate and
Right,
apart.
right.
Yes, sir.
But we could decide within the next, you know, next budgetary cycle to, you know, put it through this, add to this particular amount. And then similarly, you know, I think we've got an item that's, overall what I'm getting at is I think ultimately we need to sort of increase the level of our general fund commitment to the CSP program, right? And we've got sort of we've got this piece that we're talking about that you're already running an active thing for the health and wellness. So, you know, we should let that run its course and then have that bring that stuff back. And I think we've got something that's coming back before us, it's coming before us later on in the meeting, that Commissioner Arrington has brought forth. That's kind of a similar type of CSP type structure and process the way it would be done, right?
Yes, sir.
And the ask for that is $1 million, is that right, Commissioner Arrington? All right, so that could create a framework, you know, with those two things, tranches being run, that we could come back, you know, at this point in time when we're setting our budget next year, and our CSP general fund, you know, kind of piece we could move that from 5.2, whatever it is, what's the recommendation, 5.3 to 7.3. And sort of keep true to, you know, kind of the process that we've already got laid out and that we've already sort of agreed to and that folks have submitted and have been scored upon and all that. So I think that's a good approach for us to think about considering, to allow this to get to a point, you know, next year when we run through. And hopefully it would be a number more like, you know, $7.5 million or so, or more if we chose to allocate to it. So I just throw that out for consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Hausman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the in-depth report that you provided to us. It paints a picture of a lot of need in our county. And the fact that, you know, if we funded everything that was scored above the threshold is $13 million, that is more than double what the allocated amount that we have here at 5.3. And so I'm going to say it again, we are not putting enough money into this category. And I know that right now, the need might be greater than it was 5 years ago, but the need is there, and if we are a safety net provider, then we should be working a little harder, I think, to address that need. So you've got 5 basic categories in this PowerPoint, that we're looking at. And I want to note that the economic stability and poverty item, you highlight North Fulton Community Charities, which we all know does extensive work. They're not totally reliant on the public sector for their support. They do a host of fundraising, and they're the only food bank in North Fulton, and they provide workforce development, training, and the list is endless of what they do to support families in need. They're one of our partners that if we go back to when we first had the pandemic and we had our care money allotment, we immediately selected a handful of providers to immediately start working on our behalf to help with COVID, and they were number one on the list, okay? So here we've got this great organization that's serving so many people, the only agency in North Fulton doing anything like this. They request $100,000 and their award is $55,000. Does that make any sense? Tell me that makes sense.
So, Commissioner, I certainly understand your point. The scoring and the funds that were available is how that figure was derived.
Well, their scoring said that they should get 93,000, which I find kind of questionable. You know, they're only asking for 100 in the big scheme of things based on what they do and the hundreds of thousands of people, not thousands, hundreds of thousands, but thousands of people that they serve. That seems like a minuscule amount to begin with but that's our cap. So I understand all that. I'm just pointing out that we can do better than this. We need to do better than this. You know, we talked earlier today about folks being priced out of their homes. I think we're going to see more and more of that. And, I mean, the money that we've been given from the feds, I think, should be used to supplement this program. That's a no-brainer. And that's, I'm pretty sure, was the intended purpose of those funds. So I know we're talking about, you know, approving this today. I think it's step one. I think we are also talking about perhaps adding a little bit now and a little bit later. But I think we can do better than this. And, you know, it saddens me to look at this particular example when you know, some parts of our county, there are multiple agencies that provide these services, similar services. There's only one north of the river, just one. I would think that that would rise a little bit higher on the list of funding than barely half, a little over half of what they asked for.
Thank you for that feedback.
Well, I mean, you know, I want to do something about it. I don't want to just sit here and complain about it. So, I mean, we're talking about potentially adding a little bit of money at this point. How is that going to be allocated if we did add $1 million?
So, in the case of North Fulton Charities that you just described, it would take them to that 93,000.
For $1 million more? Or if we went up to the 13 million?
If we add the 8.3 million, we can provide, or our recommendation is that we fund all of the organizations at their highest award level
Today.
based on their score.
Today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I missed that part of your presentation, so my apologies.
I'm sorry?
I said I missed you saying that you were proposing that we do that today.
Oh, no,
Because what
ma'am.
I saw was we were doing 5.3
Yes,
million.
yes, that is. What I'm saying is, if we have additional, if the board approves $8.3 million, how we would expend that is based on their score and what the highest recommendation is for funding for that agency. In this case, that would be the 93,000.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying that I think every group on this list rises to the level of some of our established partners that we know deliver and deliver well, such as this one the one I'm pointing out. There's many, many more
Yes,
that we
ma'am.
all know are very, very solid organizations. So I'm not necessarily saying that, you know, I think some of them are new. We haven't tested them yet. We don't know if they're going to do what we hope they're going to do. But the ones that have consistently delivered for us and served our community, I think deserve to be fully funded. So do you have a list of those type of providers?
We do. We do have the historical data showing which providers we funded over the years and how they have, the impact that they have provided to the community, such as what you just described. So we can clearly.
Do you have a number of what that would take to fully fund that particular group, at least initially, and then you can come back to us after, we have some history with these others?
We could. The 8.3 million does not segment the organizations based on history and past performance. So we could go back, look at the performance data, look at how they have performed in the community, and provide a recommendation for longstanding partners that have performed well.
So this 8.3 million that you just mentioned, where would that funding come from?
So the American Rescue Plan is one potential source. Today, we were not recommending anything but the 5.3 million because that is what is in the general fund budget. We simply wanted to answer the question, what would it take to fund fully the organizations based on their scores? And that number is 8.3 million.
Well, Commissioners, I don't know how y'all feel about this. We don't have any numbers in front of us as far as the ARP funds, where that, what categories that would come from or anything like that. But, I'm not suggesting that every single agency should be fully funded, but I think we know the ones that do perform. And I would just ask that either you can help guide us now or you bring that back to us in 2 weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
If we approve partially today, but seriously, I just think that we are way underperforming in this area in some real key areas that we know they need the assistance that they've asked for, and then some.
Well, Commissioner Hausman, if you're requesting a view other than funding all 157 organizations with the 8.3 million, we would need an opportunity to gather that data and bring it back to you if the intent is not to fund all 157.
Well, again, we haven't been shown any of where that money would come from. So I want to listen to the other comments before I, make a motion of any sort. But I'm just saying to you that I feel like that there are some tried and true partners that we have that are not being funded adequately in this recommendation. And I understand why, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
But it's just not good enough. And so I want to hear what my colleagues have to say, but I think we need to make some adjustments here.
Thank you.
Our Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Commissioner Hall, and then Commissioner Arrington.
Dr. Rochelle, thank you, because I think it's a hard job, but somebody's got to do it right. Seriously, though, the need is great, and I want to echo the sentiments of Vice Chair Hausman, because this is an area where the need has increased, but the money hasn't. And it's almost like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. And so I want to echo her sentiments, but I want to add a little bit more to it. In my district, in the District 6, we've had nonprofits that we've brought in people to train them. We brought in people to give them information so they can start doing what they need to do to help the district. And so I would like to make sure that in getting funded across the board, that we look at federal money, we look at all lobbying that we could possibly do, because here again, the need is not going to go down. It's only going to go up. And so how do you, and I agree with her, North Fulton Charities, they do a great job. In fact, they're a blueprint in my eyes as to what other organizations could do. But how do you go in and say, this need is great, this need is not great, we've got this amount of money? That I personally wouldn't want that job, because that would seem to be so hard to do. And so I guess my point is, what do we need to do as a county to allocate more funds? What do we need to do? Do we need to work more with our state and federal? Do we need to do more lobbying? I know sometimes individuals take the position of where's there truly a need, or if we have a nonprofit, are they truly doing the job? From my perspective alone, the ones that are not really living up to par pale in comparison to the ones that are really working out here in the community. And so I would only say I will support any increase, but what I want to say is let's be fair, let's do more lobbying, let's try to even maybe, and I don't know if we collectively can do this as a county, but I know as a sitting commissioner, I offer the nonprofits an opportunity to speak to grant writers, to make sure that they look above board when they're applying for that money. It's not just enough to give them money, but to show them how to go about and get more money. And I don't know if that's a role that we can play or not. It's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Commissioner Ellis for what he said, because he really sparked a concern for me when he said we would be funding nonprofit organizations that scored too low, because it was my understanding when you said there were 31 organizations that scored below 75 that you were responding to my question about those organizations that scored and were eligible to receive funding but could not receive funding because we ran out of money. And so if you could clarify that for me.
So, yes, ma'am. The 31 organizations that primarily scored below 70 also are the organizations that, because they scored 70 and below, we had exhausted funding before we were able to, if we could recommend funding. Their score was so low that we did not recommend funding.
So then that leads me to my next question of what is the lowest score that a nonprofit organization can receive before they are ineligible for funding?
So in the policy, there is no specific score that says you are ineligible if you receive a score of 30. What has historically happened is that those organizations have not been funded because we have exhausted funding before we were able to fund them. But in the policy, it does not state that you are ineligible.
You said if they score a 30?
Yes.
So is 30 the lowest score that they can receive before they become ineligible?
There is no, the score does not make you ineligible.
The score does not make you ineligible. So you can score 0 and still be eligible for funding.
Yes, ma'am.
How is that?
It's definitely based on some questions that came up during this process, something that we do need to address. But historically, there was no correlation with eligibility and the score.
Then why is the score there? Because when I think of the score and I think about trying to identify who's eligible and ineligible, I think about how we score when we're doing RFPs, requests for proposals. We have a scoring process so that we can deem people eligible or ineligible to receive that bid. So what's the point of the scoring process then?
So the scoring does still translate to those that score the highest are funded first.
Okay, let's stop right there. So what does it mean to be the highest? What score is that?
100 or 92, 93. I believe we exhausted funding in most categories by the mid-'80s.
Mid-'80s. Okay.
And that has historically been the process that has been run with the scores.
Okay, is the process in writing where you could send it to me? I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
it sounds like we need to have you look at that scoring process and make a decision on what qualifies an organization to receive funding, because it just doesn't sound right for an organization to be able to score 0 and still be eligible for funding. There needs to be some idea about what the scoring levels are. Because I agree with Commissioner Ellis that we shouldn't be giving funding to those nonprofits that score so low. I would think that if a nonprofit scores really low, they may need some technical assistance of some kind. And I know this has been an issue in the past. I remember back when Stan was the head of county manager wasn't even here back then, but when I was chief of staff to Commissioner Garner, the previous housing and community development director, we talked to him, and Mike Rowicki was actually in a totally different department at that time, but we asked that money be set aside so that we can provide technical assistance to those nonprofit organizations that needed the help, that needed the grant writing help, that could not, put together their financials properly, that couldn't complete the application process properly. And I recall that one of the things that they did institute is the 3 workshops to help nonprofits through that process. So I think we need to relook at that. I never knew that there was no score chart,
There's a score chart,
but
but I hear you, Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
And we will look at that in the policy to clearly state if you score below this number, even though you may have met all other eligibility criteria, you will not be considered for funding.
yes, because do you have any data that shows you what may be taking place as the score gets lower as it relates to that nonprofit? I saw you both shaking your head when I said I would assume technical assistance is a problem.
It is.
It is,
So,
okay.
so yes, there are scoring criteria and there are points for categories. And so we can share with an agency that you scored 20 because you received no points in this area, you received 2 points in this area. So we do have a clear matrix with points assigned to every category, and we can share where an organization needs to strengthen their work.
Outstanding, all right. And I do agree with that $8.3 million that we do need to fund the recommended nonprofit organizations up to the level that they should have received if we had gone with their scored funding.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington, and back to Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I think the recurring theme that I've heard is that we need to allocate more money towards this program. It's really laughable to see that there's $350,000 donated to senior services. I should have said criable, not laughable. I mean, $350,000 all throughout Fulton County for disabilities. Somebody should go to jail for that. That's criminal. That's all we're allocating? $350,000 in a county with 1 million people? That's a crime, a pity, and a shame. So, I mean, $350,000, we might as well not give them nothing. $350,000, that's not even a Band-Aid. So, hopefully we can do more. I mean, at a very minimum, it would seem that each area would need at least $1 million. Each area would need at least $1 million. You got 6 of them. So that, I mean, that would be 6, but we're already at 5.3. So hopefully we can get there, and hopefully we can really put our money where our mouth is. If we say we want to address disabilities, throwing $350,000 towards it really doesn't do anything. Throwing $350,000 towards seniors, I don't think it really does anything. It certainly doesn't make it a priority for us. And certainly if there are other organizations that need technical assistance, we ought to be trying to do what we can to help them. Maybe there's a portion of the fund reserved for those organizations that need help doing technical assistance, but certainly there should be a number as well, and I think Commissioner Hall said that there should be a number where someone is ineligible. And so, you know, otherwise, they're all eligible. So I won't beat it to death. I think, you know, everyone has said it. Now we'll see where the rubber meets the road when it comes down to millage time and all these different things that we have to address. All of these areas where we're low. We'll see if the rubber meets the road and how much, if we'll hear the same echo that we heard up here today when we get to that time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, so I definitely think that we need a minimum cutoff score. 75 might actually even be too high, but sounds like that's the threshold right now with this particular recommendation. You know, we've got whatever, we had this one reserve or whatever kind of thing. I did note before, you know, we are going to be applying, we're discussing adding another $1 million in later into, you know, it's a descriptor of veterans, but, you know, quite honestly, veterans would probably hit, you know, most all those categories that are up there anyway. So there's some overlap, and there's some specific organizations that we're funding with this that is a service they provide directly to veterans. So we're, you know, if we approve that, we are going to be adding to the pie today, right? We have this other category that Commissioner Hall brought forth earlier last year, so we're going to have another $1.1 million, you know, we're going to be adding in. So, you know, potentially another $1 million in general fund money if we approve it for veterans, and then another $1.1 million that's going to be applied with the ARPA through this other tranche. What I'd like to recommend is that we add another $1.5 million of general fund money in for the folks that we have made recommendations for already, right? Not expand this below the 75 threshold. And that we come back with a recommendation about how that $1.5 million would be reallocated amongst these folks, with a priority given to, you know, the groups which we feel like, you know, kind of are going to get us, you know, kind of the largest impact for that, right? Some of our proven partners and so forth. You know, that's I guess if I don't know if I'm modifying or am I asking to a friendly amendment to, you know, the motion that's on the floor. I guess that's what I'm asking for, is that.
I'll second that.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Morris, you want to be heard, and Madam CFO, will you tell us where that money's going to come from if this passes?
Yeah, I guess I share some of the questions about how this scoring works, and if you're going to provide that information to Commissioner Hall, if you could provide it to all of us, that's great. I wonder about an organization that scores 100 that gets $60,000 is the most anybody got, it looks like. And how that work, how you get down to the ones who score 85 and above, and how you, anyway, I just don't understand how all those dollars work and how that scoring works. So that would be terrific. And I agree with everybody who says that somebody scores 0, I don't know how if we had $10 million in it, I would hope that somebody scores 0 wouldn't get any of the taxpayers' money, but they just need some more work to do. And you know, before I vote yes on this amendment to add $1.5 million, I guess the question, if this passes, I was going to ask the question, when do these folks get their money? And if we amend this and come back next time, do you hold up this $5.3 million, or do you send those checks out? And the question is, when would they go out? And send them a second check if we do the $1.5 million later on, or do we hold this until we send them one check later on? Because I know it's March and they're probably doing great work and need some dollars. So if you could answer that, that'd be great. And then my only final comment is I was going to address, when we got to the Veterans Organization item, the question that Commissioner Ellis already sort of alluded to, that these organizations doing senior services and homelessness and health and wellness and economic stability and disabilities, maybe not children and youth services, but all the other categories are impacting veterans. And a lot of the veterans are folks who fall into those needs particularly. I've got lots of relatives who served, and boy, they deserve the help. I mean, I've got relatives who were affected by Agent Orange and have health issues, and sure, we need to make sure that they get all the help that they need. So I applaud that, but I sure don't. I mean, one of the things I really can't. I'm very tolerant, except I'm intolerant about waste and duplication, and I'd love to figure out how we deal with that question. So anyway, on the question of timing.
Yes, sir.
That would be
Thank
great.
you, Commissioner Morris. The first payment will be June to July. What we do after the board approves the recommendation, we go back to each of the organizations and complete their contract and their scope of work based on the amount of funding that was approved, and that process takes us to a first payment in the months of June and July.
And maybe there'll be some clarification if Mr. Ellis's amendment passes as to whether you roll all of that into one contract in June or July, or whether that amendment would slow that first check process down or the single check down.
It would be operationally, it would be preferable for us to communicate with the organizations their total funding, because that will impact their scope of work. And so the best practice would be to communicate to them in this first contract that your recommended and approved funding is X dollars, and we negotiate their contract scope of work based on the larger amount. Otherwise, it would be difficult to negotiate their scope of work in the first contract pending potential money, which could change the number served, how they serve.
Right, and change the contract in effect.
Yes, sir.
So would this, again, assuming this might be approved today, the extra dollars, would that slow down a June or July check to them?
It would not, because
Okay.
what we would do based on Vice
Great.
Chair's request, we would bring back the recommendations for how that additional funding is applied as we're working
Gotcha.
through the process.
All right, we've been talking about this for some time now.
I did have one more question. I'm in the
Vice
queue.
Chair Houseman, followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Following up on Commissioner Morris's, and first of all, thank you, colleagues. I knew I could count on y'all for reasonableness here. If they made an application and already stated their scope of work and what they plan to serve, if we fully funded their request, if, say, the handful of agencies that we utilized during the CARES time period, or if we picked a score number of 95 and above or something, along those lines to be the criteria, wouldn't that already be established and there wouldn't be an additional amendment to the contract that would be necessary?
So, Vice Chair, we certainly don't want an amendment to the contract. And so if the board approves the additional funding today, that will be a part of their one and only contract.
Okay, so what I just outlined, does that sound like a reasonable approach that you would take if this extra $1.5 million was approved today?
Yes, ma'am. We would consider their score and
Their history?
their history. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make it quick. County Manager, the amendment of the additional funding that Commissioner Ellis is putting forward, how would, if any, how would that impact us if it were to pass today? Would there be a problem in other areas? I just want you to weigh in because I want to listen to your expertise in this matter.
Yes, ma'am, and I can ask Sharon to give more details, but I think the most logical way of doing this is you had $7.5 million that the board set aside, of which I think it's down to 6.8 now. So any of these incremental items, $1.5 million here, $1 million for veterans, $1 million for anything else, would go against that 7.5. So it's available for you to allocate with no impact.
It's in the reserves.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else? Well, we go through this every year, and each of you will have a program that you really like, and it's not funded to the extent that you would like for it to be funded. And so maybe it would make sense for the board, 6 of you, to get together and come up with a criteria and just tell the department, this is how we want to do it, so that we at least agree upon that. Because to me, they do the best that they can with the resources that they have. But every year, we go through the same exercise with the CSP money. And maybe we need to have a conversation about that. Now, we do have the 6.8. If we want to use that up today, let's do it and get it over with, so we won't have any more discussions about that 6.8 unless we want to go to what Commissioner Arrington will say, let's raise the millage rate. So the 6.8 is there. This is another, let's make this $2 billion instead of $1 million. Let's use it all up. Arrington has a request for $1 million, $2 million, one for the arts, one for vets. That would take it down to 4.8, right? Is that right? 4. No, I mean, yeah, and just use it up so we won't have to continue doing this. I mean, piecemealing it. Nobody's programs are going to be funded to, they're all good programs, don't misunderstand. Every one of them is a good program. Every executive director of each of these programs are good at what they do, but there's a finite amount of money. The need is great, we can't fund it all. I think the department, they do a great job. Dr. Rochelle does a great job. And we need to give them the liberty, the freedom to run their departments as they see fit. The alternative is for us to develop the criteria and direct them to follow that criteria going forward. To me, that would be the solution going forward. I also hear today that you say that because right now we don't know what we're doing, to be honest with you, but you're saying that if this were not approved today, give you time to make the adjustments. And so at least you'd have something in front of us so that we could look at it and understand what we're doing. That would not impact these organizations. Did you say that?
It would be beneficial if we had an approval today. We have time between the first payment and today to bring back how the additional 1.5 million would be
Approve the
allocated.
5.2 today and come back at the next meeting with the additional requests.
It would be beneficial, Mr. Chairman, if we had some direction on both pots of money today so that we could have one contract.
What's your pleasure? Just to increase it by 1 million?
We
2
have a
million?
motion on
What
the
is it?
floor, I
Is it
thought.
1 million? 1.5 million. The motion is to approve it by 1.5 million, and where's it coming from, Madam?
Mr. Chairman, it'll come from the 6.8 million remaining in the appropriated reserve.
All right, that's the motion. Cast your votes, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
Did you want to do executive session now?
Are you ready, Madam County Attorney?
Yes, Chairman. Is there a motion to approve the requests for representation as set forth in items 1 through 4 of the executive session agenda?
All right, motion is to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. The motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 7 with Vice Chair.
Continue.
Is that it? Back on page 6, under Justice and Safety, 22-0153, Sheriff requests approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide National Prisoner Transportation Services.
All right, motion is to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Cast your vote.
And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0154, Sheriff requests approval of the 2022 Equitable Sharing Agreement and certification with the U.S. Department of Justice.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Commissioners' action items, 22-0097, request approval of a resolution to provide initial fiscal resources to fund the Fulton Technology and Energy Enhancement Authority, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, please.
Chairman, I'm going to pull this. Some of my colleagues have not gotten all of the information in order to make an informed decision today, and so I'm going to pull this item. Thank you.
You want to file it? All right. Without objection, 0097 is filed. Without objection. Continue.
22-0129, request approval of a resolution to approve salary supplements for state-paid staff in the Office of the District Attorney and Chief Superior Court Judge, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is first let me ask, Commissioner Morris, did you get the information you requested from the last BLC meeting from the county attorney?
No.
Madam County Attorney?
Well, there were two things. One was I asked about the judges, and that's different from this, as I understand it. My questions on this one were the amounts. I know it's an up to or not to exceed amount, but I wondered about the cost and what it meant for each of these folks in the way of raises. I think that was the questions I had on this.
All right, I guess that's Mr. Herman. The up to is, I know, 50,000. That's as high as they can go on the supplements.
And the related question is, who decides whether it's 50,000
The
or
state.
5,000?
As far as I know, the state puts the cap on it. And Mr. Herman and Madam County Attorney can respond to that.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Morris and all commissioners. So the cap that the state has set on supplements for individuals within the DA's office is $50,000. As to who makes the decision as to whether it's $5,000 or $50,000, that's at the sole discretion of the district attorney working within the confines of her budget. So if we gave her a budget of $1 million, she'll never be able to exceed that $1 million, but can say, well, Commissioner Morris, you'll get $5,000. Commissioner Hall, if you were her district attorneys or one of those states supplemented, you'll get $50,000. She would have that sole discretion to make the variations, but capped at the $50,000 mark.
All right. Did that answer your question?
I think so. And again, the question really wouldn't be where does the money come from? The money would come from our budget that's we've already approved.
Yeah, that's correct. And this is also something that I'm bringing forward because we had a problem with some previous approvals that took place that shouldn't have. And this will resolve that issue to make sure that we are only providing the supplement within those positions that fall under this state guideline. So it helps correct an issue.
Commissioner Arrington?
I'm trying to understand the reason why we would do this for only the Chief Superior Court Judge and not any of the other Superior Court judges.
Thank you. I asked that question as well. Madam County Attorney has the answer to that.
That is a provision that is specifically provided for in state statute, and that statute doesn't provide for the other judges, just the chief judge.
Wait a minute. This is for,
This is for a law clerk or state-paid law assistant or court administrator at the discretion of the chief judge. It's not for the judges themselves.
oh, I understand that. My question is, why would we do it for one and not do it for all?
Because the state statute provides just for the chief judge, and presumably that is for the service, to provide service to the entire court.
Okay, and so what is the supplement that is being proposed?
The amount? I'm not aware of the actual amount that's being proposed.
Up to 50.
It's up to $50,000, and it would be at the, I think the proposal currently being considered is at the discretion of the department head, the elected official.
Up to $50,000.
I need more information. I can't vote for something when someone says they don't know the answer to the question.
So this particular agenda item doesn't remove or modify the supplement that's currently in place in the Superior Court for their state-paid court administrator, which is currently, I believe, $21,203. It just permits the county to supplement the salary of the state-paid court administrator upon the request of the chief judge of the Superior Court.
Yeah, I just have trouble approving something that is unidentified. If you're saying it's 50, then let's put in there that it's 50, but it sounds like it can't go more than 50, but there's already 21 in there. If we're approving a certain amount, let's approve a certain amount. Because I guess it goes back to Commissioner Morris's question, who's approving it? In my mind, Commissioner Morris, we're approving it because we're setting the amount of the supplement.
If she chooses to do 10,000 instead of 50.
Commissioner, if
All right, well, y'all can vote for it. If anybody wants my vote, I need to know what the supplement amount is going to be.
And
I'm not doing that.
I do want to clarify, Commissioner Arrington, that the employees in the DA's office are capped specifically by statute at $50,000 for their supplement, but the one employee in the Superior Court is not. There is no cap applicable to that position.
So what amount is gonna be approved then? If we vote yes right now, what amount will be approved for that employee?
The employment of that employee is already provided for by statute. This proposal, this item, as I understand it, is simply to permit the county to supplement the salary upon the request of the Fulton County Superior
So it
Court
could
Judge,
be a $1
Chief
million
Judge.
supplement, right?
I mean, in
2 million.
theory, if their budget permitted, but that would be unlikely.
Yeah. If anybody wants I'm happy to support these, but if anybody wants my vote, I need to know exactly what we're talking about.
Right. And Commissioner, I'll try to better clarify what occurred back in 2021, I believe, when the first resolution was adopted by the Board of Commissioners. It was brought to our attention then through the due diligence of legal that the former district attorney was adjusting supplements without the authority to adjust the supplements. I think how the statutes reads, as I remember the conversation with the county attorney at the time, it says the governing body, which is the Board of Commissioners, is required to approve the supplements. So that would mean, Commissioner Arrington, that if the district attorney wants to issue a $5 increase to an employee currently receiving a supplement, she would have to come in front of the Board of Commissioners for that authorization to do that $5,000 adjustment. So what was attempted to be addressed in the 2021 resolution was to grant the district attorney with the authority to adjust the supplements up to the $50,000 cap so that she didn't have to present each and every time there was an adjustment to the supplements, whether up or down. But in 2021, the resolution only specifically spoke to assistant district attorneys. It didn't include the investigators that was referenced, that is now included, and some other positions. So I get what this resolution is doing is now to clarify that she has the authority to do it for all these other positions that fall within her purview. Again, still limited to the Georgia state maximum cap of the $50,000 and the limitations of the resources within her budget. So it's kind of like an administrative cleanup from what was happening underneath the former district attorney environment, and now doing it in accordance with how the rules say should be doing, where the authority, whether the board or the board granting her the authority is to do those supplements. That's how I recall the conversation when it first came up in 2021.
Yes, but the county attorney just said that there was no limit for the judge's staff.
I wasn't heavily involved in the conversation about the judge's staff. There's only one individual over there. I'm more so versed in the district attorney conversation, sorry.
But it is correct that the state statutory cap does not apply to the Superior Court employee.
Again, I'm happy to support this. Perhaps they might need to be separated, but I can't support it right now with no limit. That just doesn't make sense to me. I'm done.
All right, Commissioner Hall?
Okay, so I understand that, Commissioner Arrington, but if you look at history, like Mr. Herman said, this Board of Commissioners has actually approved a lot more than that, because the previous district attorney was coming before you, and he was coming before you to get your approval, and he was coming before you getting approval on extra supplements that did not even have any, weren't falling under anything, did not have any restrictions, did not have a resolution that covered them. So there were a lot of positions that this Board of Commissioners approved from the previous district attorney that should not have been approved. So this is to try to stop that from happening in the future. If you'd like, I have a long email thread. you know, because.
That's why I was saying maybe they need to be separated. I mean, there's a limit on that. I could approve that. But you're asking me to approve something else that has no limit. I can't do that, so.
Yeah, so, so I see Madam County Attorney and Mr. Chief Human Resource Officer conferring. So which one of these does not have a limit on it?
The one that's not subject to the $50,000 statutory cap for state paid employees is the one position in the Superior Court.
The one position in the Superior Court is the one. Can you amend this to remove that? And we address that separately? Because that was never discussed in any of these emails. And as you can see, this page is front and back. We've been going back and forth on this because when I caught that error, we were going back and forth. I could not believe that this Board of Commissioners didn't know that they were approving these before that didn't fall under the statute.
So if I understand the instruction correctly, we will work with your office to separate out these two issues, or just to remove that one portion about the lack of statutory cap?
Just remove the one that doesn't have the cap on it, because Commissioner Arrington is right. There is an issue with that we need to address because it does not have a cap. And we do need to know how much is being asked for. This is true. Yes, yes,
Commissioner Hall,
yes.
we might just be able to do a motion to sever them and vote on one separately and hold
other
the
one.
other, and then that way, we can still move it forward without having to bring it back. So, I'm happy to support
That's,
it.
okay, that works. I just want to stop the issue that we found out that was going on. So that absolutely works, and it addresses the issue of not having a cap on that one position.
And what's the total number of state employees eligible in the district attorney's office for this bonus?
Give me 1 minute, Commissioner, let me pull that information for you.
Lord have mercy.
What'd he say?
It's just amazing to me that no one knows that. It seems like that would be. We want extra money for the state eligible employees. Okay,
No,
how
they
many of
don't
them are
want any
there?
extra money. They only want to be able to use the money that's currently in their budget. So let's be clear on that. They don't want any extra money.
Well, all I'm saying is they don't know how many people is eligible. How many people are in the DA's office? Is this going to be for all of them? Is it going to be for 5 of them? Is it going to be for 10 of them? How many people does this apply to? What's the total impact on the budget?
So
All right, let's
do you
let-
need more time to do this?
All right, let me make a suggestion, please.
Yes, please.
There's no motion on the floor yet, but there seems to be, Madam County Attorney, you need to do some additional work. Mr. Herman needs to do some additional work. Let's hold it and have it separated with the necessary background information at our next meeting, and we'll vote it up or vote it down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we'll hold without any objection. Madam Clerk, continue.
Continuing on page 6, 22-0155. This is a presentation regarding a resolution authorizing the county manager to convert county-owned property located at 4430 Frederick Drive Southwest into supportive housing for persons afflicted with behavioral health or substance abuse issues and for other purposes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, this is the one I talked about earlier in the meeting. I'm waiting for some additional information, but the presentation will hold a resolution, but I think it's appropriate to have the presentation so that everybody will know what we're doing, thinking about doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you could bring up the presentation, please. So what I'm presenting today is really a vision and a concept for an affordable housing initiative in and around the Fulton Industrial Boulevard corridor. The policy framework that supports This affordable housing initiative is based on HUD's statutory goals of decent, suitable, and affordable housing, and the $2.4 million that the county received through the American Rescue Plan Act through HUD. I want to point out that this type of concept envisioning as an affordable housing initiative would focus on constituents that are at risk of homelessness, experiencing homelessness primarily due to longstanding issues that they have had with substance abuse disorders and behavioral health issues. In addition, this model would allow us to include mixed use. So not only would this provide affordable housing for at-risk populations, but low-income populations at 60% of the AMI. The mixed use and mixed tenant concept could also lend itself to including a small business component that would be housed within this facility as well, providing economic opportunity through job sharing and job training programs. So again, it's threefold affordable housing initiative, tackling affordable housing for individuals at 60% of AMI, permanent supportive housing, and mixed use with small business partners. This model has been tried and tested across the country using resources that counties have acquired by buying hotels that have been abandoned and are no longer in operation for various reasons. There are properties and models and programs of this sort in North Carolina, in Texas, Colorado, and Washington State. And all of these program models use an existing hotel structure like a Quality Inn, extended stay hotel, Holiday Inn, and so forth. You should have a copy of the presentation in your packet. I don't see that it has come up on the screen. But again, this would be an affordable housing initiative that would include permanent supportive housing that has wraparound services such as behavioral health services, intensive case management, and other basic needs and services. It would include a 24-hour security and property management. The third page, please.
Now it's up.
Okay, the next page. This is the page that I'm addressing now, which are the wraparound services. Again, mixed tenants, those constituents that are experiencing housing stability issues because they simply can't afford a place to stay. They're spending more than 30% of their income on housing, as well as constituents experiencing other issues like behavioral health issues mixed with a small business initiative. The next page, you will see examples and what the hotels actually look like in other communities. Next page, please. This is the Charlotte model, and the cost here is laid out as it's an 88-room Quality Inn property that has been renovated and acquired and is currently in use for permanent supportive housing. The next page, please, gives you insight into a drawing how these hotel rooms are converted into individual living space. Next page. The next is Washington State. They have been in the business of providing this type of affordable housing initiative for several years and actually have 4 properties in operation. All of the properties actually partner with an external group that manages the property and also provides the supportive services on site. And they also work with development organizations to bring in the economic development arm and partner with businesses that are all housed in the same complex. Next page. This is the financial model for the King County property. You see here, there's a site acquisition cost, building operations, service cost, and site rehab. In this visioning and conceptual stage, the recommendation is to look at a mix of funding that can be acquired through many sources at the state, federal, and private level for operations and service delivery. Next page. The permanent supportive housing here that you see is in Fort Worth, Texas, and it's the page up at the right-hand side. You see what the room looks like as a converted room. Again, these are individual living spaces for individuals in the community. Next page. The next is a former Hometown Suites, 122 units in Texas. And the next page will show you the inside of this hotel after it has been renovated for individual use. So again, what you can see here is that there are several communities across the country that are looking at this type of single site programming to provide affordable housing to individuals at 60% of their area median income. It's mixed tenants with individuals who also need wraparound and supportive services to maintain stable housing, intertwined with a small business solution. Next page. In the visioning and conceptual phase, one option that can be considered for Fulton County is use of acquired property that we own at Frederick Drive. It is a former Red Roof Inn. You see some of the statistics here regarding the number of floors and the number of rooms, where it's located, and the year it was built. This is similar to the other properties in the communities that I've just shared with you, and based on numerous factors, could be a possible site for this affordable housing initiative. Next page. So the next steps are to continue looking at options across the county for an affordable housing initiative. Again, because the county does own this Red Roof Inn property, it really does align with how other communities have successfully taken on an affordable housing initiative, again, with a mixed use, mixed tenant model. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the update.
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman and Commissioner Houseman and Commissioner Arrington, it's by way of introduction here, you should recall at least that we spent approximately $16 million acquiring 7 properties in South Fulton County, 5 hotels and 2 other properties, a gas station, and a McDonald's. Additionally, we're going to have an RFP, master developer RFP on the street later on this, probably next quarter now, that will give us some ideas. But affordable housing is the issue here. And the second component of this, and I would ask that you keep an open mind, if you don't already have an open mind, on tiny homes. Tiny homes are going to be a way of life, and I would ask that you take the time to view examples of tiny homes in our area that are working very well, that are quite suitable for seniors and veterans in particular. And we're talking in conversations with certain religious organizations, churches in particular, who own quite a bit of property next to their physical plant that's just vacant land that's used for parking primarily, and a couple of them are interested in this pilot program that I'm talking about for tiny homes. So I'll be providing more information to the board with respect to tiny homes in particular. So Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, Vice Chair Houseman, Commissioner Arrington, and Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Rochelle, this looks like a good idea. Was there, I mean, this is in my district, correct? And this is in District 6?
Currently, I believe it's in District 5.
It's in District 5,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
I just wanted to make sure, is this the one that's open or closed?
It's closed.
It's closed.
Yes.
The reason I asked that, and there is a trafficking problem on Fulton Industrial, which gets me to the point of the question I'm asking you. If we're going in there, there's something that's affordable, and we're looking for affordable housing, and I'm not sure if we're looking at affordable housing mixed use, or we're looking at affordable housing for seniors or veterans, or if we're looking at affordable housing with families. My concern, I can support this, don't get me wrong, because I think it's a good idea. My concern is because it's in an area that is a known haven for trafficking, that we allow our actual law enforcement maybe to have a little input. Because let me tell you, all these other places that you've shown me, they are good choices, but I can give you 10 other places where this idea started out good and it went bad. And part of the reason it went bad is because the law enforcement wasn't at the table at the beginning, and it was certain things that should have been in place that weren't. And so my only concern is that because we are putting, which is a great idea, don't get me wrong, and I don't want my actual words to be ones that are looking at saying, you know, that I'm against it. I'm not against it. It's just the work that I have done with Marty Kemp, with Grace. We know all of the high trafficking places, and Fulton Industrial is a haven for it. So I think it'll be very good if we have law enforcement to at least be at the table with that concern.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's an outstanding suggestion. I've written it down. And again, today was just a vision and concept sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, first of all, I mean, I'm glad that we're finally starting to talk about what we might do with these 7 properties that we have purchased to try and clean up the situation that you just described on Fulton Industrial Boulevard. As we all know, that is a really active business district that had a lot of blight that we've done a lot to overcome just by purchasing those properties. So this is really great progress. I know we've also done a ULI study, so I would like to make sure that it fits in with the study that we did. So that would be one question that I
Yes,
have.
ma'am.
And then secondarily, the units look great, the concept looks great. I didn't hear you mention veterans having preference. I would hope that they would be part of the mix. But I think it's important for us to also discuss the funding piece of making this happen. And so when we come back next time, if you could have some information on that part, that would be very helpful.
What was the second part that you said?
The funding,
The what?
the ULI study and the funding, and then adding veterans to the preferred list of folks to be included for preference there. But I'm sincerely glad that we're moving forward with doing some things with these properties.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner-
Vice Chair.
Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll start out by echoing Commissioner Hausman's concerns. I guess it's good to have something in writing because otherwise everyone could have different views. My thoughts were part of the reason that we did this is that we were looking at veterans housing, affordable housing, workforce housing, and homeless housing. And I think we were trying to address all four of those. Certainly, if I had to put a priority on those, I think our veterans deserve housing first and foremost. Certainly, all of these people deserve some type of housing, but if I had to put a priority scale to it, I would have to give priority to our veterans who have served our country. So I certainly will put that there. I guess I'm glad to see this, but a little confused because what I heard the last time we talked about this was that we would be doing what you said earlier, putting out an RFP for a master plan for this. And so I'm a little confused as to maybe why we took this step before doing that, but maybe this was a necessary prerequisite to doing that.
I can answer that for you,
Okay.
Mr. Commissioner. Because the county received the $2.4 million from HUD for home programs, which require us to start a conversation about how we're going to use that money, this is just an idea and a concept, and so that's why it's a bit out of sync.
Okay, and when did we receive those?
We just received those funds the end of 2021, and we, therefore, this type of programming.
Okay, and who is CSH?
That's just a network of organizations that provide this type of checklist. They're not an organization. No organizations have been contacted. No one has been engaged with this. This is just an opportunity to share this concept and vision with the board.
So it's not the Corporation for Supportive Housing?
It is, and this is just their model for what any organization that is considering permanent supportive housing should look at when they're considering readiness.
Okay, and so are they a vendor?
No, sir.
What contact who have you spoken with at CSH?
I have not, no one.
Who have we spoken? Who has anyone spoken to at CSH?
The only engagement is pulling this information off the internet, off of pages that show us what models are and best practices. But we haven't engaged any vendors. We being me or the Department of Community Development, has not done any work related to this project.
And Commissioner, I've been involved, I haven't never heard of CSH, so it's a concept that I think is a workable concept. That's something I hope that we will consider. But this is apart from when we talk about that master developer plan, that will include the other properties and could include this one, but specifically the other properties that we own.
All right, well, I mean, I'm certainly supportive of doing this. I'm glad that we got the hotels and we have the opportunity to even think about doing this. But I think we got to give priority to our veterans when we do this. And, to me, we would have to include this in the master plan because otherwise we'd just be doing everything haphazardly, or we do each building as a one-off. I mean, so it wouldn't make any sense to pull one building out of 7 out of the master plan. Now, this is in the city of South Fulton, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so do we plan on talking to them or including them in these conversations?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that this is an absolutely great presentation. It has been a long time coming. I recall, Mr. County Manager, when we had our standing meetings, and I had numerous conversations about how can we use county property to ensure that we have a diversified offering of housing and buildings that provide wraparound services. And so I'm very pleased to see that you have come up with a solution. One thing that I didn't see in here, and I know we discussed this at one point about how ACCG has a loan program that assists counties with properties that they may be purchasing. And the loan specifically states that it has to be a property that the county is going to use and have services and programs in that particular building. And I'd like to know if that is something that you've looked into since discussing. I think it's been about a year ago when I asked about it.
Commissioner Hall, we've used the ACCG program already. That's what we used to purchase 4700 North Point Parkway, so we would be limited. If I remember correctly, there's a maximum limit that you can borrow against that program.
Yes.
And so we would be limited to the difference between what we've already borrowed against it and the limit, which I think is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe $4 million. But I have to go back and
check it.
verify that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And you know, tiny houses has been something that has been going on for quite some time. The very first legislation that was passed here was by the city of Atlanta, and it was legislation introduced by Kwanzaa Hall, and they called them accessory dwellings. And now you see that in the ordinances and code enforcement for the city of Atlanta, that they are literally going back and looking at the lots and allowing accessory dwellings and other homes to be added to properties. And yes, and it's a very good idea. It's working very well. So very good work, Mr. Chair and Mr. County Manager and Dr. Rochelle and the executive team. This is very good work. I look forward to seeing more information on this, but this is a very good beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I think the concepts we're talking about are good. I think we got a long way to go in terms of getting something that's actionable. I think it's nice that we showed some places elsewhere in the country where they're doing some stuff. I got 2 places here in the metro area, one not far from here, probably about 8, that's more of a temporary 2-perm, right? It has all sort of 3 elements of, kind of housing within it, and it's structured in a high crime area, but it's been a very successful model the way it's set up. I'll be glad, I served on their board for a while, I'll be glad to go over and
Where is it?
have you tour that. It's just west of Mercedes-Benz. And then another model that I believe that they've broken ground in doing some units, nonprofits based here, but the units they were doing, I believe, are in Cherokee County, that are a little bit more kind of the, permanent housing, smaller housing kind of units. So I think it might be useful to kind of take a look at, some things that are going on here in the metro area that may sort of fit our geography and then also work around some of the different dynamics that we face in our communities and maybe different some of those others, transportation to and from work, crime elements, et cetera, kind of thing, as well as sort of the wraparound pieces of it. So, and I see this as permanent, and, I think housing's a continuum, right? I mean, in particular, when you get into stuff like veterans, there is temporary displacement or people, temporarily displaced and then they get back with their families and, we definitely have a lack of units in that space and certainly a lack of productive units in that space, right? Where there's really wraparound services. So I would be happy to kind of sit down and talk with you a little bit further and show you those other 2 models, perhaps go tour them. I think it might help sort of inform, you know, and kind of, and also maybe give us some access to some potential partners that could do some do some work with us, so.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other comments? Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 6, 22-0156, request approval of resolution approving the cleanup of certain Fulton County-owned property located in the city of South Fulton due to tornado storm damage and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
I just want to make this statement, and County Manager, if you don't mind, it's been brought to my attention that we've already started cleanup on that property. I just wanted you to confirm that for me.
Yes, ma'am. Sure why that's not working.
Thank you, County Manager. So, Chairman, I'm going to make a motion to file this because it is a moot point that cleanup has already started, and we've got that confirmed information from the County Manager, so I will move to file.
Without objection, it's filed.
Page 7, 22-0157, request approval of resolution approving emergency maintenance on certain stormwater detention ponds located within the boundaries of the city of South Fulton pursuant to certain Fulton County easement rights and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Chairman, in reference to this, additional information was brought to me today that requires us to take a further look at this. So I'm going to respectfully ask to move to file this until we can get some information that we need from the County Attorney's Office. Thank you.
Motion before us is to file. Without objection, it's filed. Continue, Madam Clerk.
22-0158, request approval of a resolution authorizing the county manager to allocate $1 million to arts and culture, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, colleagues. This was part of, I guess, the $2 million that I asked for during the budget process, and I think there was, I guess, at least some confusion on my part, or maybe on everyone's part, but about mid-year review. If we wait until the middle of the year to review it, the funds won't be available, and so I'm asking that those funds be made available now. By the time someone puts out if we wait for mid-year review and then put out an RFP and then wait for someone to respond, the year will be gone. And so I hope that you all will support this. I think that our arts and culture community needs it. And I think they are also part of the healing process from what we've been going through with COVID for the last 2 years. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes, just a question. The $1 million, would that go into the contract for services bucket, or what is your thoughts?
No, this would go to the department. I believe we already allocated, I thought we had already allocated $2 million extra for contracts for services.
No, this is for you're talking about the arts.
Well, what is the purpose of the funding? What's it going to go towards?
This is for the arts department. I thought that we had already allocated 2.1 for an additional 2.1 for contracts for services.
No, sir. It's on the list to be considered against what's now the remaining $5.3 million of the appropriated reserve.
So then if you're considering adding to contracts for services, then that would go through the normal process, correct?
Well,
I mean, just blanket.
I guess I'm completely confused now because I thought we had allocated that 2.1. I was told that it was in the budget. And so if that is not there, then I guess I need to go pull the tape because I know someone told me that it is in the budget when we were here, and they said it is a specific line item in the budget. And so, you know, I don't think I'm making that up.
No, you're not.
I don't think I'm making that up. I think someone responded that it was specifically allocated as a line item, and so to hear today that it is not is troubling.
Commissioner Arrington, it was on the list of enhancements, but when the board took action to adopt the budget, the items that were approved from that list totaled 715 or 750-something thousand, if I remember correctly. So it was one of the items on the list, but the board did not take action to approve that amount. You reduced the $7.5 million down to $6.8 million through the actions that you took during the budget discussion in January.
Well, I'm just gonna chalk it up to confusion on someone's part. I don't know. I'm hearing chatter up here that I was not the only one that thought that 2.1 million was approved.
Well, let me go on record saying that I also thought 2.1 million was allocated to arts and culture, to the contract for services grant program specifically.
Yes,
Specifically.
and my point that day was I had 2 million in there for veterans, and then I said, okay, well, let's split that up. Let's do $1 million for veterans and $1 million for arts, knowing that the 2.1 million was in there for contracts for services.
Yeah.
And that's why I said another $1 million for the department itself. And so, I don't know what we need to do to try to fix this. I think maybe, Mr. Chair, as you were saying, maybe we just allocate whatever is left, or allocate these funds. I think we definitely need the additional 2.1 million for arts. I thought that was already done, and I'm gonna pull the tape and the transcript on that because something's not adding up with that. But certainly, I believe that we also need additional million just for the arts department, which is what I, again, allocated that day when I split the other 2 million up that was in the budget from veterans and arts. So I don't know what the will of the board is or the pleasure of the board is. I guess I'll be quiet now and hear from everybody else.
Well, what I remember is exactly the way Commissioner Hall described it. So Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, and this would simply be an additional $1 million for arts and culture. For grants, yes, correct. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Chairman, I thought that the vice chair was in front of me. Will you?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, what is the amount that's in contract for services?
Something wrong with that. What do you hear?
I had the same thing.
She was in there.
She was in there, Chairman. She was in there. I just don't want you to overlook her, but she was in there.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Commissioner Hausman, Hakeem is verifying, but I believe the amount that's in the budget for contracts for services is 1.5 million.
So was that the same we had last year?
It may be like $200,000, $20,000 less than what was there last year.
200 or 20?
That's what I thought, sorry. I think it's about $200,000 less than what we had in the budget last year.
And then we added art money or CARES money or something to arts at some point during the pandemic?
In 2020, we had funding specifically for arts. Last year, what we did last year for arts was we increased what we called the legacy entities. We increased their funding and made them all equal, I believe, to what the Chattahoochee Nature Center was. So that's the action that I recall that we took on arts last year. We did not take an action to increase the contracts for services balance.
Okay, I'd ask for you to go back and verify, but it seems like we did put some supplemental funding into the arts category to help keep some of our agencies afloat during the pandemic when there was no public presentations that were going on.
Yes, I do believe we did that in 2020, but we'll go back and tell you exactly how much we put into the arts program. I want to say it was like $1 million. But we'll go back and verify that.
Okay, again, to me, this is one of those quality of life issue areas that is underfunded in our budget in general. I'm supportive of, making sure that we have a vibrant art community in Fulton County. But if we only have 1.5 in contracts for services, to me, the money would be most useful going in that area versus just unknown, whatever they would do with it in the department. So that's my take on this idea.
Commissioner Hall, is that right?
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, that's right.
It switched around.
It switched around, but go ahead,
I
Commissioner
already
Hall.
spoke, that's all right. Go ahead, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Commissioner Arrington, I really do want to support this. Only thing I would ask, because of the confusion, because I'm trying to remember, I can't remember if it was going to be held for review at mid-year, because to be honest with you, that's my recollection. That doesn't mean I won't support it. So I want to support it, but I want to make sure that I'm not haphazardly making a decision right now, not knowing fully if that was the conversation or exactly what the conversation was. So I just want to go on record letting you know I will support this, but I just want to see if you don't mind if we take a vote on this later, just to make sure that I have all the information and I'm not moving on something that I don't have the complete information based on my recollection.
All right, Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, my recollection about the budget is a little different from yours. I recalled that we were doing the $1.5 million, and I considered pushing to increase that because I felt like for years, if we leave it at $1.5 million with costs going up, the arts organizations aren't getting as much in effect and value, and we needed to be goosing it up each year. But I resisted adding anything to the budget, so I passed on that. But my recollection is that we did put the $1.5 million. We talked about increasing it, but my recollection is we didn't do that. And I guess my concern here is, again, perhaps like Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, putting it in the department's budget without some direction. I'm not sure that that department's large enough to need the $1 million unless they start making up programs. I would much rather see it being added, if we're going to do something, to the contracts for services. And again, as I've said many times, it's not feel-good stuff to me. It's economic development that Mercedes-Benz and NCRs and others simply won't go to a city that doesn't have a vibrant cultural and arts community. And so $1.5 million when we were doing tax abatements for $5, $6, $7 million to create a handful of apartment maintenance jobs and a little tax base, $1.5 million worth of arts grants go a whole lot further than that to me. So, but I'm reluctant to do this right now, because if we do this and the next one, that 6.8 has already been reduced to 5.3, and this would bring it down to 3.3 with 10 more months to go in the year, with an awful lot of items in that wish list of that original $7.5 million. So I guess I'm torn a little bit here, Commissioner Arrington. I would love to see some more arts grants. I'm not ready to just turn it over to the department without some better direction.
So I think that, in the interest of compromise, I'm happy to, I guess what I would probably do then is make a motion for another 1.5 million to be distributed through the Arts Council. and an additional 500 for the arts department. And so that'll be my motion for a
So-
total of $2 million.
Commissioner Arrington, would you accept a friendly amendment so that we can go ahead and address the $2.1 million for contract for services? Since our CFO has said that it's on a list for mid-year, we can go ahead and dispose of that and vote for the $2.1 million for contract for services to make sure that our arts and culture nonprofit organizations can get the grant funding that they need.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to do that. Those organizations need it. I just wanted to make sure that the department is also taken care of, and so I'm willing to accept that friendly amendment. Thank you.
I think the question about the department side of it is, what would the money be spent for in the department? Is that the?
Well, I accept your friendly amendment. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so now, what is it? Yeah. How would it read?
So with the friendly amendment, I think it is,
You're dropping the 500,000 for the department.
no, the friendly amendment was only to the contracts for services, because I proposed 1.5 and 500. And so the friendly amendment was to amend the 1.5 to the 2.1. And so that is what I accepted. That did not, there was no amendment, friendly or otherwise, as to the money allocated, proposed for the department.
And Commissioners, perhaps just to clarify, the money that is made through the charitable contribution statute have to be expended through contracts for services. That's the vehicle for expending the monies.
For what?
If the money is being given through the statute that allows us to give charitable contributions, then the vehicle for expending that contribution is through contracts for services.
Yes, and that's why I said 1.5 for contract services, and Commissioner Hall did a friendly amendment to raise that to 2.1 for contracts for services.
So Commissioner Arrington, would that be a total then of 2.6?
Yes,
2.1 for contracts for services and 500,000 for the department's use for other purposes?
yes, ma'am.
In addition to the money that's already there for contracts for services?
There was 1.5, she said, for contract for services. I attempted to double that by adding another 1.5 and allocating 500 for the department. Commissioner Hall made a friendly amendment to the 1.5 that I suggested for contracts for services to 2.1, and I accepted that friendly amendment.
And let me be clear, that's because we already have the 2.1 million for contract for services on our list. We approved that with the budget.
Commissioner Hausman, you asked what the arts total budget is. Their 2022 total budget is 4.6. We have confirmed the contracts for services number is actually 1.3 million, not 1.5.
Out of the 4.6, not in addition to, correct?
Yes, sir. Out of the 4.6, contracts for services is 1.3.
So again, I'm sorry, but I'm very unclear about how much money we are now attempting to reallocate to the department, what the total contracts for services would be, and the total arts department would be if we did this. But I'm not sure what the amount is.
So I'll let Sharon, I'll be quiet and let Sharon talk.
Based on what I think I've heard, currently, contracts for services is 1.3 million. Commissioner Arrington's motion would add 2.1 million, bringing the total for contracts for services to 3.4 million. In addition to that, he's adding 500,000 to the arts departmental budget, which would increase it by a total of 2.6 million, making the total budget now if my envelope math is correct, 7.2 million.
So this 1 million, this agenda item, 158, that was for $1 million to the arts and cultures budget, now is adding 2.6 million?
Yes, ma'am, that's the,
So let's be real clear, and I got the transcript here that they just gave me. Of the 2 million I originally, of the 7 million that was left over, I had proposed 2 million originally for veteran services, but because we were just starting out, I was willing to take that down to $1 million and also do another $1 million for the arts department. And both of those were included as specific line items as part of our budget. In that 7.2, I guess that was reserved for mid-year, okay? Additionally, there was another 2.1 million apparently that was also in that same list, which I thought was not in that reserve list, but in the actual budget. And so now we're finding out, or at least I'm finding out today, that additional 2.1 million was not actually in the budget, which is why I proposed originally just saying, okay, well, 2 million, do another 1.5 for contracts for services and another $500,000, which would have capped it at 2 million total. However, Commissioner Hall did a friendly amendment to 2.1 in addition to the 500, so that takes it to 2.6. I'm happy to do either, whichever is the will of the board.
Well, I mean, I know there's a print and press around here somewhere that's making all this money that we keep talking about. Are you still going to offer up the veterans $1 million too? Because that's going to pretty much deplete the reserves.
I don't think it's going to deplete it. I think what Sharon said is there would be about 3 million left.
3.3.
Yeah, so
Well, it's only
absolutely, I'm
March
asking.
1st, so 2nd. So
Absolutely, I'm asking for the money for our veterans. They deserve it.
I agree. That's why I'm not comfortable adding any more than $1 million that was on the table. So, I can't support more than adding $1 million to contracts for services. That would be
For the arts.
for the arts. That would be my maximum that I'd be willing to do for contracts for services.
I'm sorry, what's the maximum for contract for services?
The $1 million that's on this line item.
But he's asking for money for the department itself, not contract for services. Those are two different things. So you want to support the $1 million just for the department? Or do you want to support $1 million
Without any detail about what the $1 million would go for in the department, I don't see how I can support that. I understand what would happen with the contracts for services. That's always historically underfunded as well.
Right.
So I could support that because it would go through a vetting process.
Yes, and that's what I'm asking for, the money for contract for services, for the grants for our arts and culture nonprofits.
Right, but not another $2 million. I can't support that. I think that's excessive at this point in time. I could go for $1 million.
Is
all
that
I'm
not
saying.
the amount that you already have on your mid-year list? Isn't that what you said, Madam CFO? That's the amount that we approved with our budget for the mid-year cycle, Madam CFO?
Commissioner Hall, as I recall, there was a request for 2.1 million for an increase to contracts for services.
Right.
And a request for an additional 1 million for arts. And as I recall in that discussion, it was centered around the likelihood that we may have to continue operations of Wolf Creek Amphitheater. That's what I recall from the conversation. That's what's on the list, the enhancement list from the final budget discussion that would come back at mid-year.
So,
So I'll just amend my motion. It sounds like we have maybe the support for $1 million extra for CSP and not to arts and culture.
Yes.
And so.
For contract for services. Oh, for
I'm
contract for
sorry.
services.
Contracts for services, I apologize.
for the arts.
For the arts.
So I will amend the current motion to that, but not remove the other item from whatever a line item from wherever it was in reserves already for the department.
I'll second for the $1 million for contract for services for arts and culture grants.
So the only thing before us now then is properly moved and seconded that you would be increasing the contracts for services arts budget by 1 million.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Contract for services, yes.
1 million. Okay, I can support that. All right, Commissioner Morris, you want to be heard again before you have to?
Just real quickly. I just want some confirmation that those items in that list comprising the 6.8 million were not things we were approving. Those were things we might approve during the year, and also that they added up to a lot more than 6.8 million. So when we use up this stuff, that's going to leave a whole lot less for a big, long list of things that we thought, some of us at least thought individually here or there, were important items. Is that correct, Mr. Manager, Ms. CFO?
Yes, sir. I think that's the confusion.
Yeah.
As you recall, the chairman was kind of keeping the list. And as it decremented off of 7.5 million, I think it got down to 6.9 or 6.8.
6.8.
So clearly, these things that we're thinking about were included, were not approved per se, but were still on the table for allocation from that 6.8.
Right, and I think the tally was 11 million or so to come out of that 6 million, give or take, which leaves, again, an awful lot of things to come out of what's now a very small reserve.
Yeah, but we have $40 million underruns every year.
Yeah, that's where the
I
mid-year,
thought it was 80 this year.
the mid-year,
Probably was.
excuse me. Let's dispose of this now. The mid-year was going to take care, the mid-year review is going to take care of a lot of y'all's wish lists, but let's get through this today if we can. Commissioner Ellis, you still want to be heard?
I think Commissioner Morris did a very nice job of bringing us all back to kind of that point. Okay, so we're at a point where I can support, kind of the addition for contract for services. I wouldn't be supportive for adding in for just operational funding, so.
Yeah. Commissioner House?
With the recognition that we are, that we are making trade-offs as we are making decisions today.
Correct.
But that's what we do.
Commissioner Houseman, you still want to be heard? All right, what's before us now is a $1 million addition to contracts for services in arts. Let's vote, please. Cast your favorable vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. All right, continue. Next item.
Next item, 22-0159, request approval of a resolution authorizing the county manager to establish a program for the county to give $1 million for veterans organizations currently serving veterans in Fulton County, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington, also to be heard with 22-0162, discussion, veterans CSP framework and staffing needs.
So let's take the 0162 first, and before we get to the money. How would this work?
So apparently our Veterans Empowerment Committee has asked for some staffing assistance. And I think Dr. Rochelle is maybe recommending a Veteran Services Coordinator housed under Community Development to work with them and to coordinate their meetings. So I mean, that's staffing. I don't know what the manager is or what the will of the board is in regards to that. But my main thing is the $1 million for the organizations serving the veterans. And certainly to the extent that we have staff that can help the Veterans Empowerment Commission with their services and being able to disperse that money. If we have the resources to do that, then I'm certainly supportive of that as well. I think, frankly, we would need someone to manage the process so that it doesn't just get left hanging in the wind like a lot of our other commissions and task force, if you will. And Dr. Rochelle, I don't know if you have anything that you would like to add for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. From the staffing perspective, it would be impactful to have one staff person coordinating not only this framework and implementation, but coordination of veteran services across the county. When we look at research regarding how other counties do address veteran services, many counties across the country are already implementing an array of services on a continuum for veterans. And so this particular position would not only support the Empowerment Commission, but a broader perspective and portfolio on supporting veterans in Fulton County.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, on the, I don't necessarily have an opinion per se on the staffing. I do, that's only as impactful as good as a person you get and kind of what the focus of their role is. Otherwise, it does run the risk of becoming something that's sort of a name only. So I do think really giving some, thought to what that person, if you were going to hire someone, what they would actually be doing, what the scope of the role would be, et cetera. I mean, that's one way to look at it. I think the other way to look at it is thinking about, veterans in the context of all the services that we deliver today, because, veterans are our citizens that, are accessing services just like everybody else. There's some unique needs that I don't think we necessarily would have thought about as we are doing other things like transportation services for seniors specifically, right? There are places where I think we could look at adding on to what we are already doing that would be beneficial, right? I mean, that's my comment on the staffing. On the CS, if we're okay with getting into discussion on the CSP framework, I did.
And I can share that.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, I had some questions, I had some more comments.
Next
on
slide,
that,
please.
so.
So Commissioner Arrington charged us with developing a framework similar to the CSP model. And so what you have by way of a memo was the full draft of that framework. It models the CSP structure by way of specific categories of service, a criteria and a model for scoring a competitive process, and really drilling down into issues that may be beneficial to support veterans in our community. By the way, there are over 45,000 veterans in Fulton County. So briefly, this framework has three basic components: economic security and poverty, health and wellness, homelessness, and housing. It would be modeled again after the CSP process. An RFP would be released. There would be technical assistance workshops, and then, next page, please. And then there would be an opportunity for organizations in the community to apply for these dollars. The maximum award would be $100,000 for a constituent or an organization to receive services. And because of the time frame, we would look to make our first award in June. It would include an evaluation committee. There would also be reporting and monitoring of all of the organizations. The next page. The RFP, if the board does approve this framework, could be released as early as April. And then you see here the timetable for how we would work through this process. Again, you do have a full packet of the draft framework drilling down into specific issues that impact veterans in the community. Some of the slight differences are some focus on post-traumatic stress disorder services, long-term care, services for caregivers, transportation, financial, and legal planning. So again, this is building off of a very successful model, the CSP framework, and uses many of, or all of the components from that framework. What has changed is the areas of focus, subsets of service to be of benefit and service to our veterans. Commissioner Arrington, that concludes the overview.
Thank you. Now, I guess I have one little question, and maybe the board can help with this. So I guess I was originally envisioned that the Veterans Empowerment Commission would act like the Arts Council, and they would
Yes,
be
sir.
the evaluation or the recommendation committee. But I see in this, you have a different evaluation committee other than the Veterans Empowerment Commission.
So because this is modeled specifically like the CSP model, Commissioner Arrington, we can change that and have a more prominent role for that Empowerment Commission.
Or at least have them make recommendations.
Yes, sir.
I mean, even if there is another internal staff, evaluation committee, I think that at the very least,
Okay,
they should be involved in making recommendations.
absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ellis, followed by Vice Chair Houseman.
Yeah, I mean, in concept, I'm fully in support of what's before us. I guess sort of I just want to just throw a few things out for consideration. Number one, in terms of the evaluation piece, I don't know the makeup of, all the folks that are on the commission, but I do think we've got folks that are sort of actively engaged in potentially organizations that are providing such services. So we've got to, ensure that they're, we're not have a conflict there, and, that those folks are also engaged in evaluation. So, we need to think through that.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Number one. I think one of the things we just learned in going through the CSP piece, we got to have a threshold score. So maybe starting out at a 75, which we just learned through the other, might be good. I noticed you got the sort of a minimum figure of 50 grand, whereas we've got minimums of, I believe, 25 on what we just went through on the CSP. So maybe that should be lowered.
Okay.
And, the other thing I do think I'm glad we have it in here, and I sort of just alluded to this just a minute ago. One of the components that's in here that's noted is transportation. I'm not so sure, and I think it's a real need, right? I mean, you got to get people, got to get to the VA. They got, there's a number of different things there with veterans that are many times recurring, right? I'm not sure that this is the best vehicle to us to get at addressing that need, or would it be, would we might want to consider some sort of carve out of that funding and us doing some direct contracting potentially with some of the providers we're already using, and it be specific for veterans. So I just, there may be some things like that. There may be some sort of, our intention's right, but maybe there's some unintended consequences of just doing it this way versus maybe doing some direct contracting and some of these things. And that might be something that might be worth the commission sort of vetting a little bit and giving us some feedback on. I mean, that one in particular, just knowing that we're doing a lot of this transportation already and that's in the category in here, is something that just sort of just struck me as we were going through it. And then the other thing is, we noted this when we were talking about the regular CSP, there is overlap, right? And we've got some organizations on here. I mean, there's one organization, that's all they do is they do housing for veterans. Are those organizations going to be eligible to participate in this, as well, right? I mean, and it might be, some of them, it might be almost the exact same submission they made, right? And others, it may be the same submission, but it's just focused around, services for veterans, and that would only be what we would pay out based on that. So that question do we envision this as, if you're a recipient under the CSP, you could also apply under this program as well?
So the way we envisioned it is that if you are already receiving CSP funding, that this would not be a program that you would be eligible for.
Okay. So that,
Then going forward, going forward though, if there's a group on there that only service veterans, then they could apply under the veterans one, and that would free up more money under CSP for other people that are not providing veteran services.
yeah, and it's kind of what I'm getting at in this is that I think as a vehicle, this particular model may or may not be the best way to go about providing services. I mean, it might be a little bit more, we might want to think about, and maybe we run it for a year or whatever, but we might want to think about more of a direct contracting model with some of this stuff, right? I mean, like legal services and stuff, maybe we know there's really some specific groups, and that's the stuff we were already doing in like our accountability course or something like that, that we may want to, layer onto that. Same with, kind of transportation, we layer on what we're doing on the senior side, and developmental disability side. So those sorts of things, that's the only thing just to think about as we're considering it, and is this exactly the right model for us to go about, or might we want to pick, hey, commit $1 million, but pick 2 or 3 particular categories that we want to fund, whether it's, whatever they may be, and then look at, potentially direct contracting off some of the stuff we're doing. I don't know if you've got any thoughts on that.
I mean, I'm open to allowing the manager and his staff to come up with the best plan. Maybe that's $700,000 going out in grants and $300,000 in, direct services. I think we allow the manager and his staff to come up with that plan. We have the $1 million allocated and let them come back and tell us, and like you say, maybe it's a pilot program. We try this way. Maybe there's $200,000-300,000 allocated for transportation, or $100,000 allocated for legal or whatever.
Okay.
But frankly, I would rather add money on top of the $1 million for those. But in the spirit of compromise and getting it through, I'm particularly so that they can have access to this stuff this year, right?
That's would be some of the benefit of direct contracting.
Right.
We got it in place to add on.
Yes. So I'm open to allowing our county manager to allocate those funds how he sees fit and come back with, the more detailed plan, whether it's all going out or some part going out and some part being used for direct services. It's $1 million for veteran services.
Okay. All right. Vice Chair, Councilman.
Yes, interesting discussion. I mean, to me, we are serving veterans, but it's not coordinated. It's and we've got a veterans court. We just talked about some potential housing. We've got a lot of CSP programs that serve veterans. Our homeless efforts serves veterans. So to me, this is a great start to finally establishing a department. I would say that this would be an ongoing department. This isn't a one-off, right? I don't think we really can sit here today and decide what the department's going to look like. We've got a commission of veterans from throughout Fulton County that I think will be invaluable to help us determine exactly what is needed out there and how we can best coordinate it. So I think the most important thing we could do is find the right staff person to lead the department, and then work with our commission over the next few months to try and determine exactly what areas aren't being filled, what we're already doing, how we coordinate all that, and have it all in a central location. Because if you're a veteran out there that needs services, you don't really know where to go in Fulton County. So I think that's the most important piece of this, is having something visible that, we can point to when someone calls us for assistance or we come across someone that needs help. I think that timeline is pretty aggressive. I mean, to put an RFP out in April, there's no way we'd have a staff member in place by then. So, I mean, I think this is a great step forward in this area, but I agree that the county manager should look at this and try and figure out and you, Dr. Rochelle, a real plan to go forward, but have the seed money, and you have the support that this commission is providing, that we think this is an important area that we haven't served.
Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to, there is no motion yet, Mr.
So the motion is to fund $1 million for veteran services and to empower the county manager to come back and present a plan as to how that million will be spent
Press the button.
this year.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote, please.
The motion was made by Commissioner Arrington and seconded by me.
Madam Clerk.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, next item, please. Ms. Corbett.
22-0160, External Affairs, presentation of the 2022 legislative agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Slides, please. I'm going to run through the state update pretty quickly, commissioners, if you have questions about any specific items. And then I will just ask our team to please be prepared to transition to the federal slides. The most significant update we have today is that since our last meeting, Senate Bill 437, your redistricting bill, did pass. We are awaiting the governor's signature, but that legislation will affect qualifying next week. And your commission district boundaries will change as of January 1st. Next slide, please. Next. So we've gone over this before. I won't spend much more time on it, but did want to make you aware of that for the public. Next slide. A couple of bills have not crossed over. Crossover day is next week week after next on March 15th. So there is some legislation that we have been working on related with several of you as well as Judge Kirk related to tenants and relief for tenants in the case of eviction. Next slide, please. Two bills we wanted to call your attention to that have both been adopted by the House on the Health and Human Services front. One is House Bill 1092. This is a bill that allows women who are pregnant at the time of conviction to defer their sentence until 6 weeks after childbirth. The second bill, House Bill 1192, would require the Department of Community Health to submit a Section 1115 waiver regarding, and this is specifically to address individuals living with HIV. Both of these received bipartisan support and have been adopted by the House and have gone on, are now being heard in the Senate. Next slide. Wanted to give an update that the House Bill 1013, which is the omnibus mental health bill, received a favorable report out of committee today, so we do expect that bill to move forward. That bill is sponsored by Speaker Ralston and really addresses mental health parity as well as the behavioral health workforce in Georgia, among some other things. There are some edits that we're expecting that were made in committee, so we will provide an update once we have those. The other bills, Senate Bill 342, which is a different parity bill on insurance, has already been adopted by the Senate and is now in the House. Next slide. Still a number of different elections bills that have, some of them have been passed out of committee but have not passed out of their respective chambers. We are continuing to monitor these. House Bill 886 is one that we worked with ACCG to provide some feedback. It does have some cost implications for the county and just a couple of various issues related to election legislation. Next, please. House Bill 1134, which is related to gang activity. This is one that I believe Madam DA has spoken to, has passed out of the House last week. There is some of the other bills you see listed here related to firearms and similar issues have also been, there's been some activity there. Next. I wanted to also highlight Senate Resolution 477. This is sponsored by Senator Mullis and would create a Georgia Music Heritage Study Committee. Because of Fulton County's involvement in the creative industries, we wanted to highlight this. It would also create some opportunities around other creative industries. And we know that the Grammy Museum and some of the other initiatives the board has considered are relevant here. I am going to, I'm going to skip ahead next, please. I think this one, we're not seeing a lot of movement here, but we'll keep you informed if we see anything. Next. Wanted to quickly mention House Bill 923, which is Representative Oliver's bill. This has a number of different provisions about development authorities, and specifically addresses some of the ethics issues that were discussed last year about per diems, removal of directors, and issues of that nature. So just wanted to call your attention to that one because it has been, discussed in recent months. I think I will stop there on the state agenda. You have a copy of this in front of you, so if there are any questions, we can take those. Otherwise, we will transition to the federal update.
All right, are there questions for Ms. Corbett? Any questions at all? No questions, Ms. Corbett, continue.
Excellent, thank you very much. Team, please pull up the federal PowerPoint. We are very pleased to have with us today two gentlemen who have been working with us from our new federal team. Last year, the board worked with us to separate our state and federal engagements. We felt like we had some unique opportunities, given just what's happening in the world, to make some progress with federal funding and policy priorities. They have been here since yesterday and have had opportunities to talk with most of you about some of your priorities and have heard a lot of common themes, and I'll let them talk about those. We also, last night in the President's State of the Union address, he talked about his so-called unity agenda. And three of those areas, actually, we've heard a lot of discussion with you on opioid prevention and treatment, mental health issues, as well as support for veterans, which you just talked about a few moments ago. Cancer support, while it's out of our hands, is obviously a priority for all of us. So I think there's a lot of bipartisan opportunity, a lot of opportunity for the county to really make an impact. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to them, and we'll be here for any questions.
Thank you. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you, Jessica. Chairman Pitts, Vice Chair, Houseman, and Commissioners, it's really nice to be with you all today. My name is Scott Binkley. I'm a Vice President of Federal Affairs at McGuire Woods Consulting. McGuire Woods is a firm of about 1,100 attorneys and several hundred consultants. We work out of our Washington, D.C. office, where we have about 10 consultants who also pitch in. But myself and Clayton Cox are your federal affairs representatives as of the beginning of this year. So as a native of Fulton County, it's an honor to be here and work with you guys. Next slide, please. Again, my name is Scott Binkley. I've worked in a number of capacities in Georgia politics, initially with Congressman Tom Price on Capitol Hill, and had the honor of serving him in a number of capacities in his legislative office. I've worked on a number of campaigns here in Georgia and a number of campaign committees on the Republican side, and that's a great segue to my colleague, Clayton Cox.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. It's great to be here. My name is Clayton Cox. I'm the Vice President of Federal Affairs with McGuire Woods. Don't hold it against me. I am from Cobb County, but just over the river. Spent a lot of time, played youth soccer, did a lot of fun stuff in Fulton County. So really excited to be a part of the team and to get to work here. I joined McGuire Woods about 8 months ago. My background is in Democratic politics. I was on the last 3 Democratic presidential campaigns, worked for President Obama, Secretary Clinton, and then now President Biden. I was the co-director of the Biden Victory Fund, and then I was the National Finance Director for the Democratic National Committee for the last 4 years, in addition to being the senior advisor to the chair of the National Party. So got to do a lot of great things there and transitioned to McGuire Woods about 7 months ago, and I really enjoyed, I think, making Fulton County our sort of marquee client and making it the thing that Scott and I are most proud to work on, and making sure that there's bipartisan coverage, because no matter what happens in Georgia over the next few months, we want to make sure that Fulton County is in the best position possible. Next slide. Our sort of approach, I think, rather than kind of waiting around and getting directions saying, go call this person, call that person, and seeing what, or this issue's caught on fire, we are really taking a proactive stance. Our sort of, we started here in January. So what we have done in the last 2 months is really hit the ground running. We're kind of operating off of 2 parallel tracks, if you will. Number one, we've gotten out there. We have met with both of our senators, their staff. We've met with all of the members of Congress that represent Fulton County. We have sat down with the key federal agencies that Fulton County works with, including Department of Transportation, HUD, HHS, Treasury, and others. And then we've really engaged the White House and brought them in. I think it's a key point to be made that Fulton County is not just the largest county, not just over 1 million people in the state of Georgia. It is a regional, it's a national leader, it's a hub, and it's important that Fulton County be well supported and gets the things that it needs. And that Fulton County is also doing some really, I think, groundbreaking stuff. We want to make sure that we tell that story, and that just like peer counties of Fulton County, aspirational counties that are slightly bigger, that have federal representation sort of all over the place, we're making sure that we're out there and that we're being proactive. Like I said, we've met with key federal agencies. We've sat down with intergovernmental affairs folks at the White House, the infrastructures are, the supply chains are, those offices, to see what the opportunities are. We've also attended the NACO conference. So our goal really in this first month is to figure out what the needs of Fulton County are, to be in listening mode as we've sat down with a lot of the commissioners and the chairman and the staff and leadership, and Fran and Jessica, Jasmine have been great in getting us acclimated here. So understanding the needs of Fulton County while also identifying the opportunities with the bipartisan infrastructure law, with other federal grants, and sort of this new administration's focus on getting money directly to localities. The second thing that we're executing on are the immediate needs of the county. So we're not just sort of, okay, we're going to apply for some grants, we're going to put in earmarks requests. What are the things that immediately need to get done that we need to assist with? So ERAP funding, we've reached out to Department of Treasury folks. We've notified our senators and our congressional staff that we need to get that money into the county as soon as possible. And Fulton County's gotten recognized by Department of Treasury for the programs that we are operating. We've also worked to leverage the relationships we have on the Hill to get support letters for grants and other things that we've applied for. And then finally, one of the immediate things we've hopped on is some of the last mile funding for broadband in South Fulton. We've made sure that the county applied for that. We're going to make sure that our congressional delegation is aware of that the White House is aware of that, and that we are all pushing on this together. And I think the final piece that we really want to engage, Fulton County has so many great nonprofit and private sector partners. So let's bring them all to the table, and let's all sort of put our shoulder to the wheel and make sure that Fulton County gets what it needs. Next slide. With that, I'll give it back to Scott to talk about some of the major buckets that we're working on.
As Jessica mentioned, we've been here for a couple days and had the opportunity to meet with a number of y'all. And for those that we haven't, we look forward to talking with you about your priorities as well. But we've identified a number of common priorities that are at the top of the list for all of the commissioners, and I'd like to run through those. And then, of course, at the end of this presentation, get your feedback on if there are others that we need to add to this list as well. But as we discussed with you guys, the top of the list, it seems, for everybody is the Fulton County Airport. The great thing here is that the county obviously has a plan to not only revitalize the airport, but as we've heard today, create an economic development engine for the community there. And this fits with what the federal government is putting resources towards right now. So I think that the immediate action plan here will be going to DC with you all to sit down with the Build America Bureau, which is a new loan program through the Department of Transportation, officials at the Department of Transportation, and show them the plan as it exists now. Talk to them about Build America Bureau funds towards that project. Talk about relevant programs through the new bipartisan infrastructure law that we can leverage to complete that project, not only in a quicker time frame, but also pull some burden financially back from the county. And so I think that after that's completed, we'll then put those funding mechanisms into your master plan. And that way, when that plan is done in the third quarter of this year, we can take that back to Washington, D.C. and these federal stakeholders with the inclusion of those programs that they've highlighted and identified with us, and really hold their feet to the fire to say, you know, we've developed this master plan. You told us about these programs that we could include in that to fund this program, and here we are ready to go. Let's get the check in the mail. So that's our immediate action plan as it relates to the airport. The next program that we've heard from all of you guys about is the justice programs and facility modernization. Of course, we've heard about the Diversion Center in partnership with the City of Atlanta, and that sounds like a great program that would provide wraparound services. We've also discussed the court backlog and your use of ARPA funds to alleviate that problem. And then we've also discussed the ongoing conversation around the overcrowding in the Fulton County Jail and modernizing that facility as well. Clayton, for the next two.
Yeah, our other sort of priorities, and again, we're in listening mode, and I think we've heard some great things over the past 2 days, and we'll certainly add to this list. This is not an exhaustive list, but one of the other major buckets we're gonna focus on with the infrastructure bill, you've got $660 billion available for infrastructure, for roads, bridges, all kinds of maintenance and updates. So we're gonna look at transit. We're gonna look at what are the dollars we can bring in for BRT, what are conversations having around light rail, other things. See what the county can do to maximize our dollars, but also make sure we're maximizing our voice and that we're working with MARTA, working with the other stakeholders here in the county and within the state and the region to give the administration and give Congress sort of a full holistic plan. In addition to transit and transportation, we're also going to identify funding sources in behavioral health, mental health. I think one thing that across the country we have heard when we were at NACO is that COVID-19, the pandemic, has really brought to bear our sort of lack of resources for behavioral and mental health. So what can we do with existing dollars that have been allocated? What can we do in advocating for new grants? What can we do in getting creative? We met with the grants team this morning. That was fantastic. And what can we do to, with all the support that we've got with our nonprofit partners, with our private partners, to sort of synthesize that, bring that together, and leverage that support to the administration and with the Hill, so that when we go to Senator Warnock, Senator Ossoff, and others, that we are sort of saying we've got the whole community behind this. Let's make this a win-win for Fulton County. And the final thing that we're compiling and putting together is just kind of all in one place, a document. Really, you've got all kinds of websites. Every agency's got their own list. You've got grants.gov. Let's put everything in one place for the county as far as when earmarks are due, when we need our appropriations requests in, and when we need to have grant requests in to the various agencies. And then on the final slide is just sort of our next steps from here. And I'll let Scott talk about that.
I wanted to just give everybody an overview of kind of our constant communication. We've already arranged and have done a couple months of biweekly calls with your external affairs team. We've also held a call and will continue to hold calls with your executive leadership team. And then I'd also like to commit to being back here once a quarter to provide direct updates to you all so that you know what we're up to and what priorities we're working on and what we've accomplished. In the meantime, we're always available should you ever have a question or if there's a priority you'd like us to focus on. That said, thanks again for having us here. It's an honor to work for y'all, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very
comments.
much. Any
sir.
questions at this time? I think you all have had an opportunity to meet with everyone one-on-one, I believe. Any questions? Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
I really didn't have, Chairman, I didn't really have a question. I just wanted to say thank you again for the very engaging conversation yesterday, and I appreciated not only being included, but I appreciate the thoughts that I shared with you with the issues in my district. So I look forward to a great relationship.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, other questions or comments? Not? Thank you guys very much. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Corbett? All right, next item, Madam Clerk.
It's the item that was removed from the consent agenda.
All right, that item, Commissioner Morris has had to, it's Ash Wednesday, he had to sing tonight, so he's not here. I'd recommend that we hold that until our next meeting.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay.
No further items.
No further items to come. It's a tad too late. In the words of, Mr. Ellis, Mr. Ellis. All right, no other further business to come before us. We are adjourned. Thank you very much. A tad too late.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.